ശരിയാണെന്നാ. ഹലോ. ഹലോ ഹലോ. ഹലോ ഹലോ. ഹലോ ഹലോ. ഹലോ ഹലോ. ഹലോ. I'm audible. Hello. Hello hello. Hello. I'm audible. Hello. 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 Hope you can hear me clearly. This is my first stream. I'm watching my stream on my iPhone if you can see. Hear me clearly. This is my first stream. I'm watching my stream on my iPhone if you can see. Fine, I think the audio is actually really clear now. I'm not really sure. This is my first time. We'll see. Hello, hello. Is it clear? No? Hello, hello, hello. Hi. Hello, hello. Is it clear? Hello. Hi. Hello, hello, hello. Hi. Hello, hello. Okay, fine, fine, fine. This is it. I'm not gonna spend time doing this stupid streaming thing. This is just to keep myself accountable. If you want to watch this extremely great. Uh, I don't even know what I'm doing here right now. So please forgive me if I'm doing something bad, or if you can't hear me properly, or can just, I'm not really sure if, okay, fine. I'm not really sure if you can hear me clearly or if you can see anything clearly, but this is how things are. If you want, you can comment. I don't think anybody would be watching this thing. But okay, fine. So this stream is about me learning how to do reverse engineering, or how to do malware analysis as as a complete beginner, right? I don't know how to do malware analysis. I promise I don't know how to do it. And I have a Mac. So it's going to be really tough. I have something called UTM. Not sure if you know. If you're a Mac guy, you probably know what UTM is. But I tried various softwares like VMware or VirtualBox, but it's not really working for me. I don't think this Unix thing will be working, but still I have to try. I think I have to enable Windows. I can just run install Windows on my guess. I'm not really sure if this thing is going to work. I have Windows IMG, so just try to it's easier to just grab. Fine, let's go with I like to learn things from first principles. If you watch streams from people like George Hotz, or if you don't know George Hotz, this dude is George Hotz, and I really adore him as a person. From his works, right? He is one of, I think he's one of the person who influenced me the most, right? He was the person who hacked iPhone for the first time. Jailbreak an iPhone for the first time. So that's how people usually know him. Fine. If you watch his streams, whatever he does from first principles, right? What is first principle? What is first principle thinking, or first principle learning? First principle thinking. There will be some examples. Thinking. Yeah. So this is what first principle thinking is. You take an object, you take something like Red Bull, right? Something like Red Bull, and you just deconstruct how Red Bull works, right? So I'll be like, if I want to know how Red Bull works, it's like Feynman technique. You guys probably know. Everyone knows Feynman. It's a Feynman. We go from there. Feynman technique. What is Feynman technique? We'll see. Like something like that. Pick a topic to learn. Write about asset as if explaining to someone. See where you have gaps. Simplify your language, and it's different, but still I think it's somewhat similar. So if I have to understand how this Red Bull works, right? How Red Bull works on my body, I'll be like, I don't know anything about it, right? I'm not really a biology person. I don't know how neurochemistry works. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. I'm a baby, right? So what I will do is that I will just go to Google and start typing. What is Red Bull, right? There are a couple of questions we could ask. I think I read an article. I'll show you. how to ask good questions. Get asking smart questions now. Yeah, but it was from something like a crazy hacker, so that's where I learned this technique from. But let's go through it. How to do first principle thinking. We'll visualize how to do first principle thinking, and we'll jump to malware analysis stuff. The things that you probably guys are interested in. Red Bull is globally popular energy drink, known for its distinctive taste and marketing slogan. Red Bull gives you wings, right? Contains a blend of ingredients including caffeine, B group vitamins, taurine, designed to provide an energy boost. Fine, great, cool thing. Let's. I do obsidian, but you want something. EMP. How does Red Bull works? It tastes like okay, fine. It contains a blend of ingredients and including caffeine, B group vitamin, taurine. Okay, fine. These are the ingredients, right? These are function. Caffeine is intended to increase alertness conditions. So okay, fine. So we asked, how does Red Bull work, right? These are just ingredients in Red Bull, right? So we still don't know how Red Bull works, but we can ask here. We can ask a better question, like what is Red Bull basically? That's the first thing that we should be asking. What is it's an energy drink, right? It's an energy drink which gives people like you and me gives people energy, and that's it. That's all. What Red Bull is basically an energy drink, right? Uh, what are the ingredients? How does the second question will be why Red Bull? Why do people drink Red Bull? Why do people want increases the primarily increase energy and has enhanced focus and improve physical performance. Fine. Increase energy. That's why people increase. Probably that's it. Enhance focus. Right. So how does let's break it down furthermore. Right. It increases energy, cognitive boost and enhance focuses. Right. Fine. Great. So how does actually Red Bull work? Red Bull contains if we have to ask a question like how does it work, right? It is a vague question. It is not a proper question. It should be like this question is basically a surface level, which is scratching the surface of the whole rabbit hole, right? It's not a proper valid question. That's why you can't learn anything. This thing I struggle with a lot. This part, how does it work? And a lot of things, not just figuring out how Red works, but you get it. So how does it work? That's not the question. What does it contain? That's a good question. It contains these kind of things: caffeine, B group vitamins, and taurine. Contains these kind of things. Uh, how does Red Bull work? It's a good question. What are the ingredients of Red Bull? Fine, we got the ingredients of Red Bull. Now let's deconstruct how the ingredients work. How does caffeine work? We don't have to know. What does caffeine do? FFEAN. Fine. does caffeine do? Caffeine is a central nervous system similar, meaning it increases activity in the brain and nervous system. It can lead to increased alertness, wakefulness, and energy, but excessive intake will okay. Then taurine, vitamins just do something. Taurine, what does it do? Use show energy production. Taurine occurs naturally in food with proteins such as meat, fish. The human body uses taurine for action in cell. Some reason taurine is used in energy production. Taurine is used in body. Taurine is an amino acid that helps you increase body, including support immune nervous system and fat. Taurine is naturally sulfur containing amino acid. It's particularly concentrated in your brain, eyes, heart, and muscles. Although amino acids are often referred to as building blocks of protein, taurine isn't used to build protein in your body. Instead, it's considered conditionally essential amino acid, meaning it becomes essential only when times of illness and stress. Rest assured, despite common belief, taurine is not exactly some bull semen or urine. Rather, it was first isolated in 1970 by a fox. The Latin name of fox is Bos taurus, which is taurine is found in some foods and is not a definite taurine. However, source of taurine functions in your body. You need proper hydration, neutral balance, and form bile salts, digestion, eating such as calcium based salts. How does taurine mention organization ability to product brings it influence GABA and glycine receptors, which are involved in regulating neuronal X. I don't understand what I'm saying. So basically, this is how you learn anything. From first principle, asking how and why instead of searching uh, how does an NFC drink work and learning those things. It's not how you do it. It's not, for an energy drink maybe that will work, but for something like how to be a web developer, right? There are thousand different roadmaps on how to be a web developer, but you need those roadmaps. No, you want to be a web developer, learn HTML. Don't take advice from me. I'm just a beginner, but this is what I did. I did HTML, CSS, JS for a week, and then I started immediately building. Like I don't care, right? I don't give a fuck if people say that you have to do DSA, you have to do these things, and no, I don't need DSA. I don't need to know how to structure my code properly. In the beginning, I don't know because I don't care. The only thing that I want is to build a website, right? And I'm pretty sure that I will learn those things in the future. I will learn those things while building something useful, right? And that's what I did. That's how I learned development for the first time. You can't call me that. You can't call me. I'm the greatest developer. I understand some things. I never build huge product projects, but fine. That's me. I got into cybersecurity because I think web development is sucks basically. Fine. This is blog and I'm developing. Really sensitive information. Not notes. Okay. This is how you actually do it. This is how you ask questions, right? Getting started with my I don't know. Let's change the subject. So, analyzing what exactly? Okay, I got this thing from malware bytes. I'm sorry, malware bazaar. Database entry, wanna try if I'm analyzing wanna try. So I have no serious experience in malware development or deconstructing a malware, disassembling a malware, or writing assembly. I had to have some experience, but not really good experience. So this is my first time doing anything. So it'll be. I don't care if it's a 10-hour stream, right? I just don't care. I'll be doing this. I'll be finishing this. So if it takes 10 hours, happy to do it. I don't care. But when I get up from this, or when I end this stream, I'll be pretty sure that I could actually write a report where I could publish and people could learn something from it. So that's the thing that I'm aiming for. That's the uh, goal of this stream. It's fine. I'm actually, is it this stream working? YouTube.com. Don't check it from here properly. See everything. Check it from here. Assembly, I had to have some experience, but not so. Okay, the voice is not really great, but it works. It's fine. It's fine. It's great. So let's go. Let's see how things are. I don't have any run. Get started. Let yeah, probably that's fine. Let me sign up and I'll come back. Name, email, password. Don't sign up. Can I use even integration? Sign up. It's asking for business email, but I don't have business email. I don't know what to do. Let's see. Get started, register, fine. So it's asking for business email, but I don't have business email. Fine, fine. I don't know. I don't know how to do this, but let's see. So we'll learn the basic things to do. Uh, what are the things I have? A MacBook. That's more than enough. So let's see what is. That's, first things we need is going to be a lab environment where we can actually do this stuff. What are the things we need actually? Things we need probably we need a virtual for experimenting. I need to somehow capture the traffic. Traffic capture. Probably something. Right up. That's all probably. Focus on the problem. Fine, I mean Flavium. You can log in.
So you're watching this video because you either own or you're thinking about buying a Mac that runs on Apple Silicon, so the M1 or the M2 chip. And you know that those chips run ARM, so it's going to be difficult, if not impossible, to run an Intel VM on the Macs.
Nice.
but there's a couple caveats, and so we'll walk you through those here today. And for those of you wondering, didn't we already post something about this on our Patreon? You're remembering correctly. We actually posted a full write-up on how to build a Windows malware analysis lab of VM infrastructure on the new M1 Macs in August. However, a lot has changed since we put out that post, and I personally have been testing a bunch of different hypervisors, and the information there, maybe this video will be a bit out of date pretty soon. Things actually run the VMs for you, have taken a little while to catch up with Apple's new M1 chip. So in August, UTM, which is a free open source hypervisor, was our choice for the best free hypervisor. It's free. I'll put a link down below the video if you guys want to go try it out. But before you install it, since August, VMware have released a free preview, a tech preview, which I think they're leaving free for a year or so, of their VMware hypervisor, which you guys know I run on my Intel Macs. I like the VMware Fusion interface for running multiple VMs. I think it's intuitive. And of course, those of you running server infrastructure, none of this applies to you because you're probably not running a bunch of Mac servers. So that's not what we're talking about here today. We're talking about personal sandboxes, malware analysis lab on your laptop, on your desktop, and hypervisors on the M1. You either have a tech preview for VMware Fusion, or you have a free open source. Other people say it's good, but I'm not going to include it in the discussion here today because VMware Fusion tech isn't really a
Gaga Chat Game Hacker.
know that you can actually use a QEMU shim with UTM to run Intel-based Windows on your M1 ARM MacBook. I personally have tried this. I've tried a lot of configurations. It's too slow. It does not work. Don't waste your time on it. November 2022. Might change in the future, but right now, don't even bother. Seems like we're stuck in some sort of weird underwater world, so I don't recommend it. That brings us to our next topic. What's 2 minutes to sign up with an M1? Be using the Hyper x86. There probably won't notice any issues running ARM Windows. You can debug regular 32-bit, 64-bit x86 malware, no problem. However, there's a couple caveats, so stick around. So to get started here, first thing you want to do is download and install the Tech Preview 22H2 from VMware. You are going to need to have a VMware account. It's free to set up.
Not talking anything because there's nothing to see. Basically understand what I'm doing currently. It's my first time, so currently signing up what is this? VMware Fusion. Please something.
Walking backward through a parade, and I'm stuck in the shadow, blocking the shade. There ain't no way to sweep up the mess that we made. Gets dressed up like a villain.
I'm learning these kind of songs lately. I don't know why. I think I like it. You got one seat. Yeah. verification messages, right? Yeah, I already set up a practice. What if we do it in completely stupid way? What if we statically analyze the malware? What if we statically analyze the malware without any protections and stuff? Statically, right? It's probably fine, right? Uh, let's see how simple it is. Wanna try? Oh, I don't know. ChatGPT. Why is that? Fine, great. That's actually more than fine. I think I can download some visual machines. I don't need arsenals. I don't need Kali. Fedora. I think I'd make Windows 11. Right. And the Windows is currently downloading. It is 5 GB. Yeah, that's going to take 9 hours. My internet is fast enough. Fine. Let it download. Fine. Okay, great. So I'm installing Windows now. So it's a large 7 maybe. Let's install Ubuntu. Ubuntu for download. Okay, fine, we're downloading. I don't need Ubuntu server, I need fine. We can work with it, right? Okay, I don't think it will be downloading soon, but maybe sometime in the future we will be downloading. 10 hours probably it will. So we'll do it. We'll start with static analysis. First, let's see what we can learn. We don't need all these things. And we have malware analysis, crash course. Not loading. Similar affecting my internet. Fine, yeah. Then hack the box will be good. I used to do hack the box, for a while, but I realized that you don't need hack the box. You don't need these courses. I thought these are the only ways to learn something, right? Through courses or do something. But then I started reading about the stories of the OG hackers, like Marcus Hutchins or uh, you know, uh, there are a lot of hackers. I don't remember any names right now. It's like when your brain actually needs something, your brain doesn't remember. You the information is so vital, but you just can't remember. Other times when you're sitting there, everything just comes to you. But okay, whatever. So this is the thing. You can learn anything by simply just start doing, filling the gaps. Feynman technique. Yeah, that's how we're going to do things. This was based on hack the box. You can learn more of Russian pattern. I don't need this. What is malware? A short, malicious software uh, is a term various types of software designed to infiltrate, exploit, and damage computer system networks and data. Fine, we know that. All the malware used for malicious purposes. The specific objective of malware can vary among different threat actors. Objective, it's fine. Introduction to network system. Different types of malware. The fast-paced world convince traditional system hospitals instructions monoprice, right? Let's peel the layers and some viruses, worms, trojans, ransomware, spyware, adware, botnets, rootkits, backdoors, droppers, right? So WannaCry is a ransomware, right? It basically locks up all your encrypts all your files. What is encryption? Encryption is nothing but a form of trying to send secret message to your friend. That's encryption. You have a code. You and your best friends, have a code of communication, right? So for him, let's go with a Caesar cipher, basic cipher. If you want to share a secret message to your friend, nobody should know. What you will do? This is what I did when I was a kid. For A, I'll substitute it with B, C, D. I'll substitute with four letters in after that. For A, uh, B, C, D, E, F will be the next letter, right? For A, when I refer A, it will be E, and vice versa. Just do it, like those things. So for A, it will be mapped to E. For B, it will be mapped to the letter after the four consecutive letters, right? Like that. Like it's called a Caesar cipher. The same thing we do with a lot of algorithms and stuff, like RSAN, those kind of things. So we'll apply some mathematical, highly, great encryption formulas like RSA. Lock it down, lock all the files in your computer. You have to pay some amount to get the key, get encryption key. That's what ransomware is, and that's what WannaCry did in 2000 something. After 15 times, after 2015, so whatever. I was playing Minecraft at that time. I don't know anything. And it didn't affect me. In fact, we don't need these things. Types of malware analysis. This is what we want, right? When you're trying to learn something, there are a lot of distractions. There is a lot of, know-hows that people want to teach you, right? A lot of basic things, not basic things. Mix it up. You have a goal. Just figure out a way to do it, like malware analysis. I want to reverse engineer WannaCry. I want to analyze WannaCry, right? So that's what you do. Analyze WannaCry. You need to know these things. It's not mandatory. That's it. But I think I should learn about these things, static and dynamic malware analysis. Those are the two types. I know, but I'm just going through. Fine. Types of malware analysis. This blog post will cover the basic introduction of it. I don't have to keep saying it. From static to dynamic types of analysis. Static analysis, scrutinizing the malware code without executing it to discover characteristics. Dynamic, executing the malware with the control environment to observe its behavior, capture its runtime activities. Code analysis, resampling or decompiling its malware code and testing its logic memory analysis, interaction with system memory, malware unpacking, extracting its leading into malicious code. Static analysis and dynamic analysis we had done. Static is when you take the file, rip it apart, learn how things work. It's not You're not executing it, you're just reverse engineering how the malware work and identifying the C2 servers and peeling the layers of the obfuscations and the encoding and everything. Right? You're just exploring, you're just understanding how things work. But dynamic is completely different. You just run it, you just raw dog it, you just run it and see how things goes. That's it. Code analysis, no single reverse engineering. Okay, fine. We now know that there are two types of malware analysis. One is static. Second is dynamic. Dynamic. And yeah, that's it. So the thing is that we can't do that. No, we can't do dynamic. We can do static anywhere, anytime, right? We don't need any help for this. We can't do this right now because Windows is installing currently. What we can do is this, right? Okay, fine. So how do we analyze a malware? How do you statically analyze a malware? That's the second question. How do you statically a malware? What are the steps? sample file type fingerprinting. Fine, great. character, it's called base 64. So from that 64 character, we match it, right? Done. Cool. Great. That's what base 64 is. We learn what base 64 is. Great. Fine. So we took this hacking string. We took that string. We put it in base 64. We get a result, and this is what the result is. And this basically means hacking. But when we put it through something like put it through the same hash algorithm, we get a different result. So this is what obfuscation or something.
This video is brought to you by SquareX. More on that later. Ladies and gentlemen, ghosts and goblins, it's true. I've fallen in love with blue teaming. Okay, listen. I know it's high treason and blasphemy to say that since we're all about offensive security here, but you know what? I'm tired of all of this pretending. This shit, reversing some mal, as I call it. Yeah, me and it are like this. It's so insanely cool. Not only do you feel like an actual detective, but you feel like an actual fucking detective. There's only one thing better than analyzing malware. It's developing it. You know what's better than losing your mind trying to develop malware? Literally anything else you can possibly name. I mean, analyzing it. You see, what I've just described here is one of the fundamental laws of the universe. Newton's law of universal gravitation? Kepler? What the hell is that even? Thermodynamics? I hotly think so. Two faces on the same coin flipping across the fabric of space and time in eternum. Now that's inspiring. I've decided that we need to sing the praises of our blue teaming brothers and sisters for once and delve a bit deeper into their world. Introducing our brand new malware analysis series. Please excuse my voice. I lay out the lore of what we're going to be covering by the end of this series, and looking at my impeccable track record, that's assuming we actually ever reach the end. We will start by understanding the when, what, how, and why of malware analysis. We'll look at the taxonomy of malware and how it's classified, grouped, along with the families, and some of the stupidly frightening numbers that will put a lot of things into perspective. We'll come to understand the steps or methodology of this discipline. We will partly set up our own analysis dungeon, which will allow us to examine various malware samples in a safe, contained, and revertible environment. We will do a deep dive in the PE file format with the different sections in it, including the import address table. Finally, we'll do a very rudimentary analysis of some of the malware that we've programmed before from our malware development series to close out the video. And in the next couple of videos, we will explore more techniques, tools, and procedures and start spending a video at a time, really going in depth, grabbing real malware samples from out there and analyzing or reversing them to understand what they do. I hope you're as excited as I am. I just want to say that, yes, I am not a malware analyst, nor am I claiming to be one. I can just about figure out how to breathe, for fuck's sake, and even then, I almost die half the time. I'm just someone with an interest in the field, and I'm making this video as a way to consolidate my learning of the discipline by attempting to teach it to you guys, like I've always done on this channel. There are much better resources out there to learn malware analysis, many of whom I've taken a lot of inspiration from, and I will link them in the descriptions. Some paid, some free, something for everyone. Credit where credit is due. These are the shoulders of the giants atop which I stand. Well, standing hurts too much right now. Do you know what hurts even more than visceral impromptu flus that could bedrid a literal deity? It's getting infected with another kind of sickness. That's right, getting attacked while surfing the internet, which is why it is my absolute pleasure to introduce the sponsor of today's video and a new friend of the channel, SquareX. SquareX gives you the ability completely for free. You can install it right now with a single click. If your browser isn't supported, you can just use a dedicated web app for it as well. You can all you have to brand new, completely sandboxed browser that is so insanely useful for not only security researchers who need to dive deeper to assess security threats, but it's incredibly useful for anyone to completely protect themselves and satisfy their curiosity in the same step. Browser is fast as as well because it runs on their high-speed data centers. You don't believe me? Check this out. That is faster than my literal internet speed. Consider the following scenario. You're part of a company, maybe you've been here for a while, or maybe you're brand new, and you get an email claiming to be from your boss. Now the boss says you f***ed up. Oh, and you f***ed up bad. A matter of fact, you messed up so badly that I need you to click this ASAP. And so you do, because you don't want to get fired. Unbeknownst to you, what you had just clicked on was in fact malware. But you couldn't have known that. Google will just tell you that it was scanned by Gmail, but it won't tell you that it was actually found to be malicious, and you just got phished. But no longer is that the case, because SquareX incorporates Well, why malware analysis? It's long been said that for evil to exist, it follows that a necessary good must also exist. As malware analysts, we're the light to the malware developers' dark, the Batman to their Joker, the Vim to their Emacs. All this is to say that in order to analyze malware, we need malware. Furthermore, as long as there's an incentive to exploit something, which as we'll see there always will be, whether it's money, information, curiosity, or just for gits and shiggles, or whatever, malware will always be there. As technology becomes more and more advanced, accessible, and flexible, new techniques will be uncovered all the time. Or it will make it easier for people, novices and advanced alike, to create malware that can have a very serious impact on devices or users, like they have been since the beginning of time. So both sides have their work cut out for them. In finality, Jerry equals malware development, Tom equals malware analysis. Whether you choose one discipline or the other, it's undeniable that knowing the TTPs of the other side can make you much better at your own role. And that's great and all, but we still haven't gone to what malware analysis truly is. What malware analysis is a systematic approach towards identifying malware, what the malware has done, any damages it's potentially caused, how it even got into the machine on the first place, among a little bit of other things. But the main thing is responding to an incident. However, malware analysis can also be used for things like malware researching. It could be used for threat hunting, for incident responses. The biggest objective of malware analysis is fundamentally to understand the malware and what it's capable of doing. But there's also other objectives as well, little side quests. We can figure out how the malware is communicating with the attacker to see if we can investigate that lead towards figuring out who or where the attacker is. The coolest thing is once we've identified and you figured out some patterns for this malware and what it does or what it doesn't do, we could create rule sets that we can then use to block or detect other samples that fit this schema in the future. And so a big part of what we're going to be doing later down the line is writing Yara rules to do this kind of detection stuff, which is really, really cool. But these rules sort of encapsulate two things, but it could be more. We have network-based indicators or signatures, and then we have host-based. Network-based indicators are just things that are related to the network. Like if you figure out that this malware is beaconing towards some sort of IP address, you can figure out, first of all, you can figure out if the IP has been categorized and logged as being malicious or flagged, so you can figure out if it's related to a broader threat that's that's been persistent for a while, or if it's a new threat, it doesn't matter. And so you can create a network-based rule that will monitor for this IP address in case down the line you get infected again and you see, wait, this is calling back to the same domain that, you know, traumatized us the other day. And then we have the host-based indicators, which are just things that change on the computer itself. Things like the registries, new files were created or processors or things like that, which we can make rules for and monitor for as well. I don't think there's another field out there that better encapsulates the proclamation that in order to defeat something, you have to study it. You have to learn as much as you can about it. You have to become it. You know what I mean? And malware analysis is this entire trope as a field. So seriously, it's a really, really cool field. We are preparing to systematically identify, poke, and prod malware samples that we come across or retrieve from external sources. Because of this, it's very important that we understand some of the vocabulary and get the same lingo down so that everyone can understand what we mean. As many of you already know, malware is short for malicious software. If a certain piece of software can in any way cause harm to, steal from, or stop a device, service, or user, it can be considered malware. And there's a metric ton of malware out there, so we've categorized them based on what they do or what family they belong to. There's more malware than what we've created. What we've typically created is not even scratching the surface of what there is out there. Malware itself is an umbrella term that encompasses and encapsulates various different kinds of malware. For instance, you've almost certainly heard of backdoors, loaders, droppers. We have rootkits, scareware, adware, ransomware, spyware, worms or viruses, stealers, keyloggers. But it's not always that easy to categorize or classify malware and align it to a singular group, because there's a lot of malware out there that can do a bunch of these different things. I don't even know what the I created over here. It's a dropper, it's a loader, it's an injector. I don't even know what the hell this is. So don't get too caught up on the specific details. Often malware is way too big and complex to understand every single detail, but you should just focus on the key features of malware and the key characteristics of it. Don't get lost in the fucking sauce. Another thing we should understand is how malware is classified by security solutions or defensive solutions like Defender, Avast, or EDRs like Sentinel-1 or whatever. Of course, not all of them classify malware in the same way. It's not uncommon to see something similar to the following classification scheme. This is how Defender does it. It's segmented in the following way. First, we have the type, the platform, family, variant, and suffixes. The type denotes what kind of malware it is. It could be anything from a backdoor to a tool used for hacking. It could be spyware, remote access, any of these. Platform is the operating system you're on. So for instance, if I try to compile Rubius, a popular AD tool for all things like Kerber roasting, ASREP roasting, and much, much more, Defender has a very small but very literal heart attack and says the following. You can see how classification is done. Again, certain things have their own naming conventions or taxonomy. For malware or threat actors, for instance, Defender XDR uses the following for threat actors, and it's based on the theme of weather. There's also this incredible post made by Karsten Hahn, the person responsible for malware analysis for Hedgehogs, an amazing channel, who goes into depth about malware families, just names, and there's terminology and how it could be better, which I will leave a link in the description. For you to go read. It is a very niche thing, but there are different approaches to how this malware is handed out when it comes to the kind of malware it is. Like for scareware, it uses a shotgun approach because it's designed to attack as many machines as possible. But things like targeted malware, like a specifically designed backdoor, as you can imagine, a shotgun approach wouldn't really fit that. And so if you have been targeted by extremely specific malware, it's extremely hard to protect yourself down the line if you don't analyze it. You have to figure out things like what it was targeting, how it even got there, how it communicated with the person who sent out the malware, and then you can build these little patterns for it like we've discussed. And sometimes when you're analyzing malware, when you've gotten these general rules built out, you can catch this malware much earlier in its life cycle, You don't let the Hydra grow another head, so to speak. You cut it off, which I'm pretty sure is like what you're not supposed to do in every single iteration of the stories, but because this is our things we're currently capable of doing. Don't worry, it will get cooler and cooler as we progress, but we need to cover our basics first. Our main objectives here are to fingerprint the sample, do some static analysis on it, figure out what it calls, what strings it might have, and all of this is done to shine a light into the damp cellar that is this binary, to increase our attack without running it. I've touched upon static analysis and dynamic heuristic-based analysis in my self-deleting malware video, so be sure to check that out if you want to delve deeper. But for the sake of time, I'll really quickly reiterate what was said in that video in order to differentiate between these two. Quick analysis. We just want to get as much information about the file without actually ever running it. We want to confirm its target architecture. We want to fingerprint the malware to see if it's got a f***ing criminal record or not, which again we talked about in self-deleting malware video. Polymorphic malware exists. It could change its signature. Signatures by themselves are not a good way to detect malware because you can change a signature so easily, which is why we use indicators and rules, because architecture, we want to fingerprint the malware to see if it's got a f***ing criminal record or not, which again we talked about in self-deleting malware video. Polymorphic malware exists. It could change its signature. Signatures by themselves are not a good way to detect malware. Malware because you can change a signature so easily, which is why we use indicators and rules, because signatures aren't by themselves reliable. They are amazing for cataloged malware that we've already found and that's not known to change. But for malware that's sophisticated that will change using polymorphic code, or new malware that we've never seen before, the signatures are useless, which is why we want to take the step to fingerprint it first. And if it doesn't exist, we could upload it somewhere like VirusTotal, and then we want to scan it as well with an AV just to confirm if it's malicious or not. You want to gather things like strings as well. Like strings are very, very telling. They tell you a lot about a program. Think about like a program that you've made before, and if you're not a complete psychopath, you've probably had strings in it, you know, asking for input or giving status updates. And so we can use that to figure out what's going on within a binary. Now keep in mind, there are very well-known techniques to get past these strings being in your program. We have things like string obfuscation. We have API hashing, where instead of using strings, you use generated hashes for your function calls. IAT hooking. So you know how the IAT is a big dumb snitch bitch. It's great for us as analysts, but it's a horrible nightmare for us as developers. But it's not that hard to get around that either. And sorry, just a little tangent for the developers. Listen, I know as developers, we're so focused on making our malware appear as clean as possible. But listen, you have to understand that as an analyst, if you look at the IAT of a program and you see like no functions virtually there, that's also suspicious as f too. So you have to balance this. You can't just make your malware look super squeaky clean. That's in itself very, very suspicious. It's like you walk into a goddamn room and it's too clean, you know? There's way too f***ing clean. Throw some dirt on that shit a little bit, you know? Don't make it, just make it appear normal. That's the main goal. for malware development is to make our program look as inconspicuous as possible and as normal as possible. If we're an analyst and we're examining a program and it looks normal, like the other thousands of programs, it's much harder for us to draw a conclusive result in the static analysis stage, I should say. When we get to dynamic analysis and the program looks fine, but a trillion PowerShell prompts open up, then yeah, that's reasonably suspicious. Sorry for the tangent, but yeah. The second we run it, it's not static analysis anymore. It's dynamic analysis. It's heuristics based. We're consulting the behavior of the program to help understand it. Remember that you do this in a sandbox place. Don't just run it on your host machine. We run the malware. We identify what it does, what it doesn't do, what files it changes, what processes it potentially creates, what registries it modifies, like anything that happens on the host, we want to try to figure out. If it calls out during dynamic analysis as well, we're going to try to keep an eye on the network because it's most likely going to be talking to some kind of endpoint that we need to be on the lookout for, either for classification or just to understand if there's another step that we need to perform. And now, that's a little quick and dirty recap, but I have made a whole separate video about this as well, which you should watch. And as for the antivirus comment, listen, you're not going to be using one antivirus, or at least you shouldn't. You can throw that onto VirusTotal, slap that bitch on there. And VirusTotal has, a variety of like around 70 antiviruses that you can use for analyzing the malware. It's pretty decent. As for these obfuscated strings and stuff, there are tools that have been designed for this purpose, to deobfuscate them. Tools like FLOSS, or FireEye Labs Obfuscated String Solver. It helps you try to find and extract these obfuscated strings, deobfuscated obviously, and it can help you try to figure out what dirty little secret secrets a program might have. This isn't included in every single resource that talks about this, but there's also a third step, which is hybrid analysis. And then you might have an optional step where it's reversing. Oftentimes, this is very time consuming because it's reverse engineering, but yeah, just be aware of that. We will be doing that because, we have all the time in the world. Now you might be asking, Crow, why of all the different kinds of things you can talk about malware analysis related, why are you choosing to talk about a file format? Well, first of all, how dare you? And second of all, the PE file format, aside from being literally the primary file format that Windows uses, it stores so much information inside of it that we could use, that we could scrape, that we could look out for. Getting really good at reading the PE file, the different PE sections, or looking at if there's packed sections or trying to derive the IAT or the imported functions or exported functions, things like that from the PE file is a crucial step. And we need to cover it. And because most malware is going to be in this PE format, right? Either it's going to be an EXE or a DLL or something. It's very important to understand this. And there are a bunch of different tools that we can use to analyze the PE automatically. Things like PE Bear. No shortage of tools that can do that. I like the way that OS Dev says it the best. The PE format is in fact a bastardized version of the COF format, the Common Object File format. There's two versions of PE. There's PE32 for 32-bit and PE32 plus for 64-bit. Why they wouldn't just call it PE64 like normal oxygen breathing humans, I have no idea. A huge shout out to Hex Rick for his incredible blog post diving into the PE format. I'll leave a link to this in the description, as well as everything else discussed here, obviously. If you were to dissect an executable on Windows like a crazy person, the first thing you'd see is the presence of the following two bytes, hex 5A and hex 4D. These magic bytes are the signature of the DOS header that every PE file starts with. If a file has these bytes at the start of it, you can be certain that it's a PE file. All different kinds of file formats have their own signatures, and I'm sure many of you, as pen testers, have had scenarios in which file's magic byte value or format signature was misconstrued and required manual patching in order for it to be viewed or work. Same thing here. If these magic bytes get worked, Windows, it won't know what the hell it is. These 2 bytes are hex values for NZ, which are the initials of one Mark
Zbikowski.
who's one of the leading developers of MS-DOS and the designer of the MS-DOS executable file format, and so it's named after him. The DOS header itself is just a 64-byte structure that has various members in it. It looks like this. We won't cover every single member, but the most important for us right now is the E magic member, which is just the start of the DOS header, again, just a magic signature of bytes, and the ELFA new member, which just points to the start of the NT header section. But before we get to the NT header section, we stop to talk about the DOS stub, which sits between the DOS header and the NT headers. Have you ever come across this string before, where it says this program cannot be run in DOS mode? Well, this actually comes from the DOS stub, which is this section directly after DOS header, but stops directly for the next header. The DOS stub's duty is to print out this error in case the PE is loaded in MS DOS mode. There's also a rich header, which is optional. You might come across it, which is just a byproduct of Microsoft, basically. It's linker generated, so if you use any kind of Microsoft toolchain, like Visual Studio or something like that, it will have this in it, this rich header in it. After the rich header, if it's even present in the first place, we finally get to the NT header, and this is where the meat of the entire thing is. This is where we get a lot of the information. Just like the DOS header, it has its own signature. The NT signature, the PE signature, is hex 50, hex 45, and they're just hex representations of PE, and there's a couple of zeros afterwards, and that's the official signature of a PE file. There's 2 versions for the NT header, depending on what architecture you're on. There's a 32-bit and 64-bit, and they're both just structures as well. The only thing that's different between 32-bit and the 64-bit is the last member, which is just the image optional header, and that is dependent upon the architecture that we have. Now, for the signature itself, you might be thinking it's just PE. It's not. It's a D word, and so it's a 4-byte thing, so it's PE 0000, right? And that's the full PE in ASCII. If we look at the image file header in 64-bit, we can view the members that are in it, and there's a lot of information here. We're not going to go through every single possible member. I will highlight some of the ones that I thought were pretty cool. If the member is machine, it will tell you the CPU type, and Microsoft has a list of all of these, and the ones that we could be interested in is hex 8664 for 64-bit, or hex 14C for i386. Now, the second member, the number of sections, is how many sections are going to be present within the PE file. It could be very important to find this out, and we'll cover sections in a little bit here, but it's really cool to know that this will tell us how many sections there are. The time date stamp is just a Unix timestamp, and then we'll skip over these and go to characteristics. Characteristics tell us a lot of stuff about the file, like whether it's a executable, if it's stripped, it's a DLL. So this could be very, very useful as well. Now going back to the NT header section again, we can see that there's another reference to a header here, which is the image optional header. Now this is the most juicy part of the entire PE file, in my opinion. This is where we get the most information and the coolest. And this is where we can do a lot of stuff. You can see that this is not a small structure, it's pretty big. The first one is the magic value. From the documentation, we can see that this could let us know if it's PE32 or PE32 plus image or executable. PE32 plus images allow for a 64-bit address space while limiting the image size to 2 gigabytes. There's a lot of stuff. The subsystem is pretty cool too. It tells us if this program or this executable or whatever this is a GUI-based image or if it's a console-based thing. The size of the code, it tells us how big the .text section is, and .text is where we have our code. Address of entry point is also really cool. It's going to be the relative address of the entry point when this executable file is loaded into memory, telling us where it's going to start from. Look, there's a lot of stuff here, guys, and you can get lost for hours and hours on all these different members. We'll move on because there's another shiny thing right here, which is the image data directory. This data directory that we see here is just an array of these image data directory structures. And looking at the constant defined here, it's just 16, which means that we have a maximum of 16 of these data directories. Now, because this is an array of structures, we can actually, depending on the index that we supply or that shows up here, it denotes a different kind of data directory. For instance, 0 would just be the export directory. It will have the addresses of every single function that we've exported as well as the variables. And this is important because if another program is to use our functions, it needs to get these addresses from somewhere. This is how that happens. You're going to find an export directory in certain files that are meant to share code with other things. So we know of one file type that does this almost specifically, and that's DLLs. They're meant to export their functions so that other files can import them and use them. So you'll typically find export directories in DLLs like kernel32, which exports the WinAPI, or NTDLL, which exports the NTAPI. There's also the import directory. There's a bunch of these different things. The biggest thing that we want to look at though is index 12, the import address table. Again, I'm leaving a lot of things out here, but this is something that we can make an entire video on, and I want to leave something for you guys to go ahead and do. The import address table is just a bitch, you know? And the reason I say that is because the import address table is a structure within that's going to be in our image that contains all the information about all the functions that we've gotten from the other files. And so for example, if we import create thread from kernel32 or open process from kernel32, that's going to show up in our import address table. Okay, there was even a blog post written by the amazing Raymond Chen. He specified that now the import address table is write protected. The import address table is the part of the Windows module, executable or DLL, which records the addresses of functions that we've imported from other DLLs. If your program calls get system info, then the executable or DLL will have an entry in its import table that says I want to call get system info from kernel32. And so when the module is loaded, the system goes and finds that function, obtains its address, and stores it in a table known as the import address table. And so when the module actually needs to call that function, it does so by fetching the value from the IAT and calling it. We can think of the import address table as a table filled with function pointers because that's exactly what it is. When it needs to call a function that's been imported by our image, it's going to look up that function pointer to execute it. But because of this, it does make it a pretty juicy piece of meat for attackers to look at, because if we were able to overwrite any entry in the IAT, we could redirect a function to a location of our choice. And so, as Raymond Chen says here, the IAT is now write protected. Once the loader has obtained all the function pointers, it write protects the table to make it harder for an attacker to override it. There are a little bit caveats, but you can read this in the description. Now I have to move on to sections. There's so much more we could cover about the PE. Literally we can keep on talking about this, but I have to move on. The next section is going to be about sections. Hilarious. Funny. A PE file, right? First of all, we can determine how many sections there's going to be because there's a member that tells us. In the NT header, it tells us how many sections there are in the PE number of sections member of that structure. These sections are split into different names and they either have executable data the PE. Literally we can keep on talking about this, but I have to move on. The next section is going to be about sections. Hilariously funny. A PE file, right? First of all, we can determine how many sections there's going to be because there's a member that tells us. In the NT header, it tells us how many sections there are in the PE number of sections member of that structure. These sections are split into different names and they either have executable data, read-only data, or just some resource information. And because again, there's no one amount of sections because there's so many variables that can go into altering the amount of sections present. Like for instance, if your PE is packed, packing would probably add a section or a couple. But because we have that NT header number of sections member, we will be able to find it no problem how many there are. But the most common ones and the most important sections that we'll see in a PE, in pretty much every single PE, is .text, .data, .rdata, .idata, .relog, and .resource. As malware developers, we've actually placed our payloads in a lot of these sections. I didn't make a video about it, but you can place your payload in .text, .data, .rdata, .resource. Yeah, so .text is the executable code. We've written a program out. The code that we wrote, that's going to be in .text. .data holds variables that we've defined. So only initialized variables will go into .data. .rdata are like the variables except they're constant. So if we make a variable constant, it's going to put it in rdata because it's a constant value. It won't change. It's not supposed to change. So it goes into read only because you can't write to it to alter it. Idata is just import tables. So there's the different kind of tables that we discussed on what functions are going to be used, like the import address table stuff. .reloc is there to...
Shut up, Crow. Crow's dumb. What he meant to say for this section is that .reloc just holds a bunch of base relocations. If the loader wasn't able to load the image at its preferred address, then the .reloc section is the thing that handles this little hissy fit. Otherwise, the relocation information in this section is just ignored.
And resource is just for things like if your program uses icons or has icons or different things like that, that's where it's going to go into .resource. But the cool thing is, for any of these sections that we have, it has a respective image section header data structure as well, which also has a lot of cool information about it. Most importantly, we can get the name, right? So we have a byte array, it tells us the name of the section that it is. So we can enumerate everything that we need straight from the PE. It tells us the virtual address, which is where it is in memory, the virtual size, which will tell us how big it is when it's loaded. Okay, I think that's enough about the PE. So let's move on. Unexpected can happen. Maybe you were connected to the lab environment from your host, network-wise, or maybe your clipboard was enabled, or hell, maybe the malware was just advanced enough to perform a VM escape, although the last one is really, really unlikely, but it could still happen, of course. So please make sure you exercise extreme caution, always utilize the best practices, and always be on guard. Don't let it roll for initiative and win. I'm glad the one person who got that joke is laughing. This is take 2. I'm literally deleting the bullshit attempt. I don't even know what the hell happened. Okay, now I'm not going to cover how to do a Windows 10 VM setup. There are going to be things that change. Like, for instance, we're going to be changing our network adapter eventually after our setup because we do need the internet right now for our installations. We're going to be changing to host only, but that's after. For Flare VM, you need to make sure you have at least 2 gigabytes of RAM and at least 60 gigs. So it is a beefy VM. Make sure you have that set. Now, this is my second attempt doing this because I'm like allergic to doing things right the first time. What we have to do first, and this is important, we do have to do some setup where we disable Windows updates and Windows Defender. Now, luckily for us, Flare has an incredible resource. It's just a repository in which they take us through an entire guide on how to get this set up. When it comes to group policy editing, depending on what edition of Windows you install, you might not have it. And the way you can check to see if you have it or not is if you press the Windows key and R, so go into the run, or if you can do this in command prompt as well. If you type in gpedit.msc and you get this error, then you don't have it. But luckily for us, it's very easy to remedy this. So what we're gonna do is come into here. What is this? I don't even know what any of the, okay, yeah, well, these are the
Need to run Windows on your Mac?
Square X. More on that later. Settings, so this is good. GP edit. We don't have to write the MS. Yep, and so here we go. What we have to do is disable Defender. So to do this, we have to come down to administrative templates. I'll try to make this bigger for you guys. Windows components, and we have to come down to Microsoft Defender Antivirus. Once we're in here, turn off Defender Antivirus, set that to enabled. We're going to come down into real-time protection, turn off real-time protection, set that to enabled. That should be good. We also want to turn off the Windows updates, at least for the time of this installation. You could do this in the group policy editor as well, but you just want to pause. So right now we have that paused. Yeah, so that's done. Now we can continue on with our Flare install. So like to say here, we're going to come over here into a administrator PowerShell. Okay. Before anything, actually, at this point, with Defender shut off, now is a great point to create a snapshot of the machine just so we can revert back to this. I'll just say, okay. And with that snapshot now in place, we can see we went from a fresh install to Defender being off to us being here, and now we can revert back to this. We're in an administrator shell right now. We're going to copy, and this is going to save, you can see from here, at our desktop. So let's just head over there. Okay, with that downloaded, we see it here. We're going to unblock this file next. Right, now we have to set our execution policy. Now we're ready to install this thing. That's all we need, really, from Flare. Now we're ready to install. So let's press enter. Okay, so Defender actually isn't disabled. So because of that, we're gonna come down. I can't let this being installed. We're gonna come into GitHub. I'll leave this linked as well. And we're going to get this script over here to properly disable Defender because that for some reason did not work. And we just run this. Cool. Okay, the script will be started again after reboot. Perfect. So let's just, we do need to reboot this now, so let's do that. And then we should be set to start installing Flare. I mean, you can take the risk, you don't have to do this, I guess, but personally I wouldn't risk it. Just, you know, do what they say. Okay, we should be seeing it pop up again. But in the meantime, I'm going to open another PowerShell as admin thing. All right, there, holy shit. Cool. Now we should be good to go. Just press enter. And if you thought a Windows install took long, oh, this is gonna, this is really gonna test your patience. It does seem like Defender is disabled, so we're gonna delete that snapshot and make a proper one. Okay. Now we have a proper snapshot where we know it's actually disabled. We did set up a snapshot as well. Thank you, Flare, for asking, sweetie. And now we should be good to go. Eventually, we will see a GUI pop up that will ask us what tools we want to install. Yeah, so what happened here was these are all the tools that we have to install. These are all the tools that are available to install. And I think my dyslexic ass mistook these, so I moved all these here, and then technically none were ready to install. Just no matter what way we cut this is going to take a while. But because we're doing an install, might as well just get everything out of the way. So I'm just going to install everything. Just move everything over here, and then we should be good. Let's press. Great grandkids are gonna have PhDs. So yeah, I'm just gonna go age by.
Don't even die right.
Okay, when we get to this point, it's done. I'm pretty sure I can close out of this now, but the first thing I'm gonna do is take a snapshot of this because I never want to do this again in the rest of my life. Yeah, so we can. Right, and we get the snazzy little, this was control center section.
Stop wasting time.
This video is brought to you by SquareX. More on that later. This video is brought to you by Square. There's fucking Merlin and Covenant, right? We have a bunch of different stuff with like debuggers, disassemblers, just everything that we could want. We have now, and now perfectly set up. What I'm gonna do next is come over here. We're gonna go into the network adapter options and we're going to put this on a host only now. Right. And there we go. Now we have everything set up. Just be prepared when you're trying to install this. Of course, it won't take as long if you don't select every single tool like I did. I just figured that, you know, I'll just let this run for half my life expectancy and then just let it do its thing so that I don't have to do this again. But you definitely don't have to do that. Just install the tools that you want to use. But if you're a beginner and you don't know what to install, I mean, you know, so just be aware that it is going to take a long time. I'm not now, but it's 6:26 a.m. right now. Look, you can even, that's so cool, even if you right click, you can just hash the files, you compare hashes. That's really, really cool actually. You can, and for executables, open with IDA. This is so sick. Oh, which we have a Windows host that operates as our Windows malware analysis station, and then we have a Linux host which operates as a Linux malware analysis station. But with Linux, you can have it set up so that it acts as a proxy that catches any calls that our malware on Windows that we're analyzing might make. For instance, if we have a file called .malware.exe or something like that, and we execute it during our dynamic analysis steps, and somehow it reaches out and it's trying to call a domain, I don't know, elemental hero Yu-Gi-Oh cards collection.com, something obviously nefarious because no normal human being would go on there. We would be able to see that from our Linux machine if we set up a tool called inetsim, which we'll do in the next video because right now this is going to get too congested. And it's also important to know that you could have inetsim, that whole networking thing, to catch these calls set up on a singular machine. But I do like having a dedicated machine for it and a dedicated machine for Linux malware analysis as well. And just like Flare, there's a whole distribution dedicated for malware analysis on the Linux side called Remnux. It's the Flare equivalent to the Linux side. So we'll set that up in the next video. But for now, this is more than enough. We're not going to do anything too crazy right now. There's a lot of cool features here, and once you set this up, I want you to go in here and look around, you know, interact with everything you can, right click and stuff, you know, like see what tools you can use. Five hash of Visual Studio shortcut, right? Look at that. It just gives you hash. It's a bunch of things that will save you so much time. So seriously, go ahead and just look at everything that you can. With that being said, I'm just gonna go straight into the analysis of our malware that we programmed out. But before I do, need to take a nap. This is insane. Most of you have probably come across or interacted with malware at some point in your lives. We all remember our first traumatic ass interactions with malware. In order to analyze malware, we obviously need a sample of, well, malware. It's very unlikely that in the beginning you'll be capturing it from a sandbox environment or a honeypot or getting it from an infected system. So instead, we look to malware hosting sites or repositories. These sites or repositories are things that can house anywhere from a couple to a metric shit ton of malware samples for you to download and examine. Real life malware. This is as real as it gets. No more training wheels. We will be extracting random samples from these eventually and making dedicated videos on them, like I've said before, but because we're just starting out, we won't dive too far from known territory, so we'll be using malware that we've created and developed as our training wheels. VX Underground, Malware Bazaar, The Zoo are probably the most well-known for this purpose. You can go to them, grab a sample or two, whether it's a super popular sample like WannaCry or something recent and not that known, and you're off to analyzing. These samples will typically be archived and password protected so that during transit you don't accidentally detonate it. Most of the time the password is just infected. That's kind of the norm. That's sort of the shebang for malware analysis. I do really like VX Underground the most because they have the largest collection of malware. They also have great papers related to malware development and defenses as well, and it's all free, so it's a really, really great site for both sides. Okay, so by the time you watch this video, this repository that I have here is going to be public. It's going to be available for you to interact with. This repository is expected to grow alongside our malware analysis series that we're doing now. As of right now, all there is a homework folder with samples that either I or a friend have coded or programmed, and they're just meant to be little fun gamified samples that can help you exercise your skills. As we start actually delving into real malware, things that, you know, were actually made for the purpose of being malicious, properly malicious, real evil shit, they're going to be put into their own directory called samples. So we'll have homework and samples. Also be aware when you get access to this, if there's samples here, exercise extreme caution. I mean, do that anyways with any of the samples that we see here. Your homework actually is to go ahead and reverse this sample. But what we're going to do right now is do a little walkthrough of it. So this is your official spoiler warning. If you want to give this a shot before I spoil it and we walk through this, pause the video, go ahead and do this, come back when you feel ready, and yeah, just take notes on what you see. Remember, you want to do static analysis, dynamic analysis. You could go into manual reversing if you want to. You'll have a archived folder, which is going to be archived with the name of the sample, and then a password. This is going to be password protected in the password. As is the case with malware in this field, the password is the typical infected that we might see. So let's download this sample. With that downloaded, I'm going to start up Flare. There's many ways you can get your malware onto your machine, and there's varying degrees of safety here. I mean, you can do SSH or whatever, because it's what I'm going to do instead is make a shared folder, and I'm sure there are better approaches, but again, I'm not a malware analyst, I'm learning alongside you, so bear with me. So we come over here to edit virtual machine settings, we go to options, we come to shared folders, and it's going to be disabled by default. Let's put always enabled just to add in the folder, but we can change it to this, so that way it's not just lingering. So you're going to come into add, and now you want to find a folder somewhere that you want to put stuff into so that your machine can access it. I have a malware directory in my virtual machine folder, so we're just going to put that there. And now anything that we put, I'm going to make it read-only as well and enable this. Anything that we put in this folder now will be accessible to this machine. So we come here, this is the directory, and I'm just going to paste in that archived folder. Now we're ready to boot this up. Okay, cool, we're in. I've just hidden all desktop icons because it makes me physically ill when I see them all clattered about, but we can make our way to the shared folder that we have to get our malware. So going to be in our network and then VMware host. Okay, shared folder. And there it is. See, and now we can get this here. So I'm just going to open up a new window for desktop and just make a new folder called malware, and then drag and drop this in here. And then I'm just going to turn off the shared thing. I don't want to leave it just lingering. Options, shared folder, and yeah, we'll just set it to this so that when we power it off, it will be disabled from that point onwards. We have this archive, right? So I'll start by unzipping it. You could just throw this into the password of infected. We have a quick option to just do it automatically. Our crow file. It's very funny. And then we have a readme. Let's give this a little read before anything, you know?
Hello, analyst. There's no easy way to say this. Things have gotten Maldivious. Some f***ing jester chucked a goddamn bird into the mainframe and the bins are all trashed. The extent of the damage, unknown. Please, pretty please, unf*** our shit and let us know what you find out. Do we need to worry, or is this just a harmless prank? Please, the good fella.
want nothing more than to help this person out. Jeez, I feel for him, and especially that last part, which was totally true. So what we'll do here is just start by doing our basic static analysis stuff, right? We'll see if this malware has been known to be, thrown about there, if it's got any history behind it. If it does have history behind it, it makes it a lot easier for us to understand what to expect, right? It's not unknown in that sense. By getting the hash, and there's various utilities that we can do right away. We can get the MD5. I like this tool because it gives us a variety. So I think the MD5 and SHA-256 are the most common. So I'll just copy this. SHA-256.
Hey, still thinking about joining the 30-day Python using AI bootcamp by AI for Techie? So what if in 30 days you could go from knowing nothing about Python to actually
6. Cool. Let's just save that. No. Do is come down to VirusTotal. We can drag and drop this, submit this to VirusTotal again, do the functionality present here, or we can copy one of these hashes and see if there's any hits that we get. All right, so we're on VirusTotal. It's very cool. VirusTotal will let you search for URLs, IP addresses, domains, or file hashes. We're gonna do a file hash. Let's search to see if we've got any hits. This sample, it's been detected. Right. The threat categories, we see that's a Trojan, shellcode, and we see the different little naming conventions here. I'm not going to rely too much on VirusTotal because VirusTotal will pretty much tell us everything that we really need to know, but it is a tool that you should definitely be using. Details here, like for instance, it tells us when it was created, the names, right? So we can see that someone, probably like really strong and funny, submitted this earlier. So we see the names that it was submitted with and seen in the wild. And so we can see if it does anything. The behavior is also nice to know. It tells us a lot. I don't know where this came from, honestly. It tells us like registry keys that are opened and things that are set and stuff like that. There's a bunch of things that we can dive into. Look, this is all information that will tell us what's happening. Is all of it like 100%? No. As someone who's actually made this sample, I would say some of it is kind of, I wouldn't say wrong, but just, you know, you're gonna need to further look into it. I don't want to say to it would be pretty cool. Right, so we've determined that it's pretty suspicious already. And so now what we could do is look into its strings or content. We can first of all view what sections it might have, right? Let's go analyze the PE. Or we can first of all, let's detect it. Let's see what information we can get. So it was compiled using MSVC. It's a PA64 and it's linked by the Microsoft linker. So
Then you can locate your IP address of display settings to make it a bit more, is to go into settings and then sharing. You'll know that remote desktop is on by default. You can turn it on and off at the top, and then you can go into remote desktop to configure it. You can enable and disable remote desktop via RDP using the top one. You can enable VNC and tell it to require a password, which is useful. Down the bottom you can reset your username and password used for remote connections. You can copy them and you can view your password there. If you need to view your encryption fingerprint, you can find it at the bottom. And before closing, if you want to enable remote control, here is where you would do that. So once that's all enabled, we can jump to a window box, put in the IP address that we found earlier, and connect. It should ask for a username and password as we set in the settings. And then once we click OK, it's going to tell us there's a security error. We can view the certificate, and if happy, proceed. So here you can see that I have remote access to view the screen, and I can also click on things and interact with the session. Something to note though is if you lock your screen, you'll be kicked out. You will not be able to reconnect until someone physically unlocks the machine. We can fix this though later. It's a similar experience when using a VNC client, so put in the IP address, connect to the client, and put in a password when prompted. Again, we have remote control access in this method. But again, if you lock the workstation, you will be disconnected.
Now install XRDP DP status by running this command SS access desktop connections P service to save the changes made to enable IP. Open the remote desktop connection app. Make sure to log out of Ubuntu. Otherwise, when you try to connect, it will disconnect automatically. Log in using your Ubuntu username and password, and you should see your desktop appear. And that's it. You've successfully installed and configured XRDP on Ubuntu 24.04. Now, you can access your Ubuntu desktop remotely any
HTTP service to save the changes. Step allows XRD. Check the X command. Now let's add the XRDP user to the SS Access top connections. XRDP service to the changes made to configure the allow local network access on port 3 addresses for wider remote access. Enter your own local all IP addresses for wider remote access. Enter this is not enabled. Enable UFW. Allow local network access on port 3389 for secure connections or open it to all IP addresses for wider remote access. Enter your own local area network IP address range. To connect remotely, open the remote. To connect remotely, open the remote desktop connection app on your Windows machine, enter the IP address of your Ubuntu system, and click Connect. Make sure to log out of Ubuntu. Otherwise, when you try to connect, it will disconnect automatically. Log in using your Ubuntu username and password, and you should see your desktop appear. And that's it. Log in. system to desktop connection app on your Windows machine, enter the IP address of your Ubuntu
will, in order to set up this, ensure here 3 UFI IP address on this device that then will need to Ubuntu 1 or need to put that up. I will go ahead and so here's remote test 72.16.1.16.1 connects here. Press on yes. And here we have XIDP. Then we'll say, so let's go ahead and close this. Go up here and then we'll go to log out. We'll say log out. Okay. Bring up remote. Just need to put in the under. Press P. We'll go with this default option here for session. The username is going to be eno. Bring up remote desktop to put in the with this one took the